I had cookies. I want cookies. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh. Coffee. No, it's not done yet. Right. So where did I leave off? Hope I wrote something. I didn't. So we need to fix the fucking thing. It half works now, I think. I did some stuff with it, and it kind of works. Now let's not do it that way. I really bugged the shit out of that. Yeah, so this works now. Doesn't work to go indoors behind a building. It works like that. Morning, Jono. It's a Monday. And unfortunate things I have to do today. Wait, how the fuck does a roof work? Roof ID. Okay, so in controller dot control dot roofs roof ID dot set transparent, but only if roof ID is not equal to 55. Let's see what that does. No. Building. Is it just the roof itself that should be handling this? Somehow? The roof doesn't have an update. But how is this handled? Hide roof tiles. It's never used. Recheck roof. I feel like I might have overwritten something here. I don't understand Roof transparency. Compute building transparency. Get room transparency. Get a roof. The question is, does this... Because there are two different types of transparency, really. And I feel like the roof should have an update. And this is... So I'm trying to handle the transparency and stuff on the buildings properly. Now that I've reworked how the tiles work for the characters a bit, we're now at the buildings. And the roof is honestly kind of a pain in the ass. And I've also used words that are a little bit confusing, that I don't really like. Hello, Grug. How's it grugging? I'm okay. It's Monday. The building handles opacity for when you're behind it. That's the main thing it does. But it also needs to handle roof opacity, I think. So hide roof tiles. And that takes a main controller for some fucking reason. But this also needs to say if is content positions dot count is greater than 0 and roof ID does not equal 255. Then we can do that. Else, if on recheck building, here we have reset roof tiles. Okay, so what happens now if I walk into a building? It almost works. Hello, Chow Chow. How's it going? All right, so here. Transparent equals true, but that's not true, actually. Oh, this is such a pain in the ass. Because I feel like I'm unnecessarily worrying about it. But it's like setting a boolean to true every update just feels unnecessary. But at the same time, making like any kind of check to make me avoid doing that feels like it's just as taxing as just setting a boolean to true every single frame. So it's like, So what I need to do is the building. When you walk into a building from behind, or you walk behind a building rather, that's what a building's transparency is all about. It's about making it so that it fades the front facade and the roof so that you can see the character behind. But at the same time, when you walk into the building needs to hide the roof. So I wonder if I should have two booleans. Is obj inside. So this should then be is obj behind, because that's when we want to affect the opacity value. And then maybe we'll change this to that. This should just be like this. And then we make an entirely new one. It's, I think, gonna be the same. See? Except here it's gonna say is obj inside. This is gonna be content positions. And then we're gonna do that. Maybe? Yeah, that works. I actually want it to be smoother than that. I don't really like that. Also, that's a problem. It seems to kind of work now, actually. There's that one bug, but I think I'm gonna I think I'm gonna leave it. Like when I walk in, you can see the walls, the vertical walls on the left and right at the top here. You can see that they're like transparent, it's tapering off. That's not, it's not supposed to look like that, but there's a lot of things that are not supposed to look like that here. So I think for now it's fine. Because I'm gonna have to work on this a bit more later anyway. There are things that need to be changed and reworked. But for now, I think that's good enough. The question is just, how do we handle multiple objects? We don't. How is this meant to be handled? Grug, go grocery cave? Good luck, Grug. Don't buy too many sweet rocks. This is what it's supposed to look like, actually. So what? Okay, fair enough. Thinking is hard. Why do I have to do so much thinking? It's not fair. I don't want to do thinking. So if we look here now, the back wall is set to transparent. And when I walk in, it's immediately set to render. So the recheck is... The recheck should be correct, but it is still wrong. Because the wall here should not be set immediately to that. Which means that if object is behind an object behind dot count, then we do recheck building. But why is it doing... I think I have to be doing something in here that I probably shouldn't be doing. Check environment. I actually think if I can avoid it, I don't want to call recheck from here at all, ever. That's not how this should work. Yeah, that's what's happening here. Oh, okay. Let's try removing recheck from everything here, because I don't want to do that. Hello PLV, how's it going? No recheck. So the idea there was that each object kind of handled managing when they walk in and out of things, but it also called the building to check itself. But I don't want it to work like that. Alright, take care, ciao ciao. So, how does this work now if I just run it? Without recheck anywhere. And here too, let's not do set transparent. I want it to be as simple as possible. The object should just add itself to the building, and then the building should just do the logic in its update based on if it has any objects in it or not. And it actually works exactly like before, pretty much. Like there are some minor issues I see, like the roof there is being set incorrectly, so I was doing all of that unnecessarily. But yeah, like you see when I walk out here, the roof gets immediately set to be visible, which is obviously not ideal. And here when I walk inside this building, for whatever reason, I am now counted as inside the building. Either that or it's not rechecking when it should. But this is wrong. Let's see. Can we read the state of buildings and roofs and shit? Yes. This is building number 1. Building number 1 currently has 1 content position in it. Oh no. Oh. Go away. Where did you come from? I didn't even know this was still possible. Okay, let's restart. Because now we have 1 content position, which is this object. It doesn't really matter what it has there. Is object inside? Yes. Is object behind? No. So thankfully, that means that it's not erroneously adding itself to the building that it's in as being behind the building, because that was an issue I had. But what this means is that we are not doing a recheck where we should. Maybe we just need to do that. Let's try. Nope. It's not even being set correctly. It's being set to slice through, which is... Right. I changed. Yeah. Maybe. No. None of this really matters. This is just resetting. Here is set transparent. Objects behind. Set to transparent. And here, five is a vertical wall. I think it's done here. But how would it be done here? Yeah, it's got something to do here. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Ooh.
So I think it was actually correct here before. Opacity should only be a factor when an object is behind. As you can see, now the building works correctly. Now it just has that one bug there. But it's actually not what I was thinking. So the reality is that when I walk in here, you can see the walls here fade. But that's not actually the bug. The bug is that the wall, the back wall, isn't doing the same. It's not that these are doing it, it's that this is not doing it. So that has to do with the room. So set room tiles. So what we need to look for here is y plus 1. Here. Y plus 1. This is it. This is where it should be. Now the question is, why is it being set to this instead of this? It's because we're checking for if all objects behind a dot count greater than 0. I kind of wonder if this should just be buildings dot capacity less than 1f. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to tank the frame rate, but it's not working. What if I do something like this? Oh, there's something seriously wrong here, though. When I place objects, they are being incorrectly... Everything there is incorrect. Oh, the frame rate is unaffected. Mostly. Also, I'm pumping out logs. So that definitely doesn't help. But yeah, as you can see, there's something that I've destroyed. Because you see the shadows are down here. And when I do this, something is wrong with the indexing. Which is upsetting. I don't really know what's wrong. Also, they're moving like... When I move them up, they're moving... The shadows are moving right? Like, what is happening? I don't know, man. I think this works right now. There's just the one thing with the building here. Seems to work now. With zero bugs, actually. Except for this one, but it doesn't matter right now. So what is happening here is that... Okay, that's a bug. But fuck it, dude. Fuck it for right now. The bug here is that... Before, it was only checking for one building, and it just said, okay, I'm inside that building. And then that's all it does. But now we are setting her to be behind multiple buildings. It should actually work. What if we go to objects? Behind building number. It should actually be like this. Maybe? No, it's minus Z. That's wrong. Let's try now. That might have been the one thing that was bugging it out. Welcome back, Grug. How was Grocery Cave? No, it still doesn't work. Programming is going forward. It's not going correct. Granite with salt? Sounds delicious. Oh, that's why. This should not be break, this should be continue. Aha! Here we go! Now, this is actually a lot more complicated. Or it's gonna be a lot more complicated. Because the reality is that when you're walking along in the game, as I approach like here, I might have to hide like the entire block over here. So that's something we'll have to figure out later, like how we'll handle when we're gonna hide certain buildings and whatnot. But right now, I can hide 2 buildings, which is a step forward. Couldn't do that before. Grug despise political correctness. What does that have to do with salt with granite? Salted granite. Hmm. I broke Reddit. No, now it's fixed. Unfortunate. All right, next test. Programmer man said programming go forward, but not correct. Okay, fair enough. Now let's see what happens when we move around in combat. Nothing. Right. So there are two issues there. The first one is that it's not doing at all what I wanted it to do in the first place. And that might have to do with this. What happens if we do this, and then we walk there? Then that gets hidden, yeah. So this is the issue. Maybe. I mean, it should work. Why wouldn't this work? I think we're not quite done here. There's too much commented code here, holy shit. So here we get added to rooms, we get added to floors. Wait, I forgot what the issue was. What am I even looking for? What am I doing? Oh yeah, it's in combat. That's right. Current rooms. So why is it not... Where does it count as the room? Yeah, it counts as the room immediately when you're in the door. So... Let's check if it's bugged. What if we placed an object here and then we move one tile? We move one more tile. And then we move one more tile. It's not bugged. That works. But that doesn't work. The hell? Oh. I have to do it again. I have to remove this debug. This log. I'm gonna check if it's actually adding the correct tiles properly. I don't know why it shouldn't, because it should be correct. So like there, when I placed it, it's saying spamming object size 1,000,000 times. Which we could do without. Let's get rid of that. Yeah. Tile to add 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Temp modified position is modified tile center position. Modified position raw. Internal position. That should be basically impossible. Why does it run that like 40 times there? What? It's so strange. What is happening? Tile size 115. But if it's 115, then why is it running 400 times? And why is X and Y 0 every time? So it's actually, when I move, this object is setting, it's running this script. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's running it 12 times, but it's only running X and Y 0, 0. And Ria's tile size is 225, but for some reason it's reporting that tile size... Oh wait, what is this? Oh, it says combat mode. It should say combat module. There we go. But even so, why is this running like 40 times? That still doesn't make sense. Because we're running set position. This is why. Let's run it there. This was part of my old solution. Now it runs 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times, just as it is supposed to. And it adds 32, 13, 33, 13, 32, 14, 33, 14. Just as it's supposed to. Then I can move over here. But yeah. And then if we move here now, that works. If we move over here, move 1 up here now, that works. That's a little bit incorrect, but whatever. It should obviously not just become instantly invisible. It should fade back to being opaque. But yeah, it works now. I think that's almost, well, it's not done, but I think we can almost move on from this. Which is good. But first, bathroom. Ooh. The problem with that is just... where the fuck did I leave off? What am I doing right now? I'm trying to work through the combat phases, so I think we have fixed this movement execution combat phase. I think that's fixed now. So where are we? Let's just try doing something in combat. No, I need to fix that shit. So combat mostly works again. Oh, what happened there? I know what happened there. The status effect. No, I haven't decided on how to handle status effects yet, to be honest. One of those things that's kind of hard to deal with when you are using a turn-based system. Because it's like, when do you take bleed damage, for example? Is that just on your turn? Is it... It could be like if you had a team-based setup, where it's like first this team and then that team, then it would be, you know, it would just be at the start of your team's turn or something like that. But if you don't do that, then the character has to take damage at some point from damage over time effects. And when should that be? If it's at the start of their turn, that means that if you have any effects that can like knock somebody back in the in the time order or the action order, that's a reduction in bleed damage taken, because you're delaying how long it takes for the next bleed tick to happen. Right? So it's not easy. And then you can do something like, okay, well, maybe if they get attacked, they take like bleed damage or something. But that can quickly become overwhelming. And then that's also a part of the like damage budget for bleed, right? Because if you can do more damage like that, then that's going to change like the entire meta. And yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. And if you make the current solution is that status effects have their own like turn, so they exist separately from the characters in the turn order, and I don't like that either, but that is the current solution. So that when it's the bleed's turn, bleed does damage. But that also makes it weird. Like, what about having multiple applications? And what if you have a lot of status effects active? It's just gonna muddle and clog the timeline. And then I was thinking, what if you have like another smaller timeline below that just shows status effects, but then that's not very clear? Like it's just gonna show like some bleed, and then what? Like a little tiny icon for a character or something? It's also kind of clogs it. Next solution that I was thinking of is like they always take damage. Every time the turn updates, they take damage. So like if you're bleeding, you take bleed damage every second. And that's how I've built the turn system. Every step is 1 second. So you'll take 1 damage per step that the turn system progresses. So if it has to progress 10 seconds to get to the next character or next, combatant, then you'll take 10 seconds of bleed damage. But that also kind of sucks, because that means that everyone who are affected will take damage every time character ends their turn. And that makes it hard to track what's happening, because then all of a sudden a character off screen might take damage, and first of all, you won't be able to properly track that that's happening. So a character that you think has more health than it does might be low, or then all of a sudden it might just die. And then what? Do we go and like focus on all the characters that die and then switch to the current turn? Or do we just kill him off screen? And in that case, it's gonna be like, oh, you come back and you look at him, and then he's just lying on the ground. And you're like, oh, what happened here? Like, I don't know what happened. So, it's a mess! It sucks! I am opting towards the taking damage every second thing, though. Because I don't like having all these status effects in the turn order. It's too messy. It clogs up the system too much. Makes the programming too complicated too. And that's why it's a little difficult right now, because because right now I'm having a crash related to a status effect. And if I don't actually want the status effect to be a part of the turn system, do I sit here and fix it? It might just be a simple line to fix it, but... Oh, I'm tired. A fucking Monday. Did I understand you correctly? Bleed damage takes place. Hold on. Bleed damage takes place at every step of every character. Wouldn't that imply that 1, turns aren't simultaneous? 2, the more characters in combat, the lesser probability anyone survives bleed? No. No. So, I haven't decided how bleed works. A lot of our combat systems are kind of in the ballpark, right? Like, I have a good idea, but there are some things that are like, we're just gonna have to test it. Status effects and bleeds and stuff, that's one of them. But no, that's not exactly how it would work. So how it works right now, turns can really never be simultaneous. You could maybe figure out some way to do it, but it's always gonna be kind of stupid. But like, if I place a lot of units here, never mind the bug, I bugged out shadows. You can see up here now, this is how I'm handling it right now. So this is how it ends up. So these two characters are actually acting at the same time. But because I need to have some kind of order, because it's turn-based, whichever character ends up on that second first is, so it's like a first in, first out scenario. So here Rhea is at the bottom, that means she acts first. Then after that is the random Nefir soldier there. And then if I tell Rhea to move here, you can see her portrait moves. Let me switch this to 1080. You can see how her portrait moves with each step here. And the idea is that moving takes 1 second per step, pretty much. So every AP that you spend, in general, shifts you 1 second further back in the turn order. So if she moves all the way down here, that costs 6 AP. That costs 6 seconds. And then we go in here, and she has triple stab here, which costs 2. And then she can cast that on this guy here, except she can't because apparently there's still a bug. Fuck! God damn it. And there. If bleed isn't based on fixed points, but instead varies depending on other characters, it breaks the illusion of real combat, is what I meant. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was talking about before with, like, if you take bleed damage based on your turn, like when it is your turn, if you have any kind of mechanic that can delay your turn, or if you have varied delay between your turns, because it's like certain actions cause you to be delayed more often or whatever. That is going to create like strange variance in how much DPS you take from any kind of damage-based condition, right? Because if you only take damage at the start of your own turn, that's the only time you take damage from anything like that's applied to you. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. So in this scenario, or what I'm trying to achieve here is, so if all of these 4 characters all act on the same turn, that means that no time actually passes between these characters doing their actions, which means that, or would mean that you wouldn't, like, nobody would take any bleed damage or anything between these characters' actions. And then when the last character has acted here, you can see then there's a gap here, and here's the next character, which means it's 2 seconds until the next character. And in that time, then everybody would take 2 seconds of bleed damage. But like, it's not a very good solution either, because it just means that every object is going to take damage between turns, and it's just going to be like damage everywhere between every turn, and it's gonna be like unreadable information. It's just kind of gonna happen, and you're just gonna have to deal with it and like keep track of it, kind of. So all solutions are rough. That's the reality. And like having some kind of bar where you like track individually applied like bleeds, and when they're gonna proc and stuff like that, that would also be just clunky and shitty. So I think the everybody takes damage when time passes approach is the most realistic approach, I guess. Even though all of them have problems. You could also do something like you'll take bleed damage based on how long it was since your last turn, but you take it at the start of your turn. But then that kind of creates a very bad situation, in my opinion, where you're gonna have to like calculate if somebody's dead, if it's like worth attacking that character right now or not, that I don't like. That kind of exists anyway. So it's like, but what everybody should have is they should have a preview of how much bleed damage they're going to take. Or how much damage or time damage they're about to take. Until their next turn. Or something like that. But yeah, it's one of the hardest things to solve, in my opinion, when it comes to the combat design. Alright, I'm gonna go for a little break, and then we are going to look into this shit. Why are the shadows fucked up? It has something to do with how I'm reading the position of the shadows, I think. It's using the wrong value somewhere. Or the order is wrong. Or both. Actually, could be both. But it's also weird because no object is down here. So why is there a shadow down here? And why are the shadows moving to the right when I move characters up? But yeah. Yep. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll see you soon. Oh yeah. Jesus. And now we just have to gather ourselves for a final burst. Right. Raise the desk. Feels like shit to stand after you went running, but oh. Hey. Stream of the Year award. Hard Monday. Rough Monday. Monday. Does anybody else hate Monday? Alright, fucking shadows. So that's gonna be... Oh, yeah. That's gonna be... update sorting order. Sort by sorting order index. And the sorting order index is potentially what's broken. Because here now we're using a pixel position. It shouldn't be broken. Modified position raw. Yeah, that should be fine. Why does that not work? Oh. I'm gonna try rounding this. Because we were, again, having rounding issues. But that's not part of the issue here. It's already broken. I don't know what causes this or how to fix it. Ah. Despair. This is true despair. Look, it's wrong here too. Why is it wrong? Here it's correct. Correct. Incorrect. What the fuck, bro? I gotta get rid of that. What is this shit? I have to get rid of that too. It's impossible to read with all of that spam. Oh ho ho. It's going bad. It was going good, now it's going bad. Values are correct. That's the thing. And these are the correct tiles to add. Is it doing this? This is so weird. Okay. So now all of a sudden, when I click triple stab, it shows the correct AoE, or the correct range in which you can attack with it. I take one step, shows the correct range. I take another step, Now it doesn't. Like what? Where's this coming from? And now it seems like it's like random? Yeah, see, now there it works. Now it doesn't. And that has to mean that there is some floating point issue somewhere. But how? Like, what is triple stab using? Let's look at the skill. Oh, no, this doesn't happen in the skill. This happens in the mouse controller. In the target tool, I think. That means we get our pathfinding result here. The pathfinding data contains, let's see, that's ground. We're doing this. We're pathfinding using mouse tile position and current object. So it's got to have something to do with the pathfinding. Reading positional values from the current object. Modified tile lower corner position. That's modified tile center position, which is modified position raw. Which returns this. And then this needs... Because internal position, right? I've added the rounding, fixed rounding error thing here. But I don't know. That's like how to fix it, because if I'm if I save a float and the float is saved as 1F precisely, if I take that and floor it, is that just randomly gonna be not 1F? Like how do you do I need to do like an approximate thing to convert floats to ints when I need precision? Because that's what I'm unsure about, because like I get it that floats have imprecision, but the way I see it is like if a float is saved in memory as something, it should stay as that. It shouldn't vary by 0.000000001 when I read the data. It should vary when I do operations on it and then save it. So if I fix rounding errors as I save the float, shouldn't that be relatively safe? Or are they just always shit? Because it matters a lot for me. Because whenever you're not, like whenever you're on a decimal value, that decimal value needs to be truncated. And that's the pixel that we're at. And if that gets truncated from 39.9999999 instead of from 4, that completely breaks the game. It's like completely broken. Oh. Because then here, I'd have to divide this by a float. Right? Because if there's just gonna be random bullshit errors, even here, this needs to do LOTF dot fixed rounding error vector 3. That. Fuck you. It's even worse. Why has it been so accurate up until now? Like, what the hell? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Like, I had zero issue with this before, and I had the same implementations. And now it's just fucked. Oh. And I don't know what step of the ways this is happening. Yeah, it's rounding. I take a decimal value, so the decimal is like 1 decimal, 2 decimal, 3 decimals. So I divide 1f by 10 to the power of decimals. So that way we get how many decimals this is. And then I take the input and I subtract the rounded input from it. And then we take the abs of that and we check if that is less than the allowed decimal. And if it is less, then we round the input. Just add 0.5 and then floor it would be my suggestion. That. Not like that. I'm wondering if it has to do with dividing a float by an integer. Because from what I've read, subtraction and division causes imprecision the most. So what I'm thinking is that as I'm dividing it by the integer, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense. Because a float divided by an integer, the float gets cast to an int. So the casting would happen before the division, right? So then the issue appears before any math operation is done. It could still be some bullshit in the pathfinding. Because here, modified tile lower corner position, that's modified tile center position, subtracted by this. And the modified tile center position, that's just the modified position raw. And that's divided here. However, this guy said if you write float thing equals 0.3f, it'll never be exactly 0.3, even before doing any maths on it. It can happen even just storing a value. So but this is an int. So it would have to be done here. It looks good. No, it's fucked. Fuck you! Fuck! Oh, man. Alright, so. So impossible to know where it is too, because I have so many fucking positionals. Here, these are integers, so this is safe. The pathfinding is correct. Because it moves the object to the correct position every time. Which means that we need to check. Well, actually, Yeah, so here, even though she is correctly being moved to the correct position, the dynamic grid that shows us what we can target is off. And even clicking where visually and logically I should be able to attack, I can't. So it's something to do with generating this grid. But that means that it's not just about this. It's about, it is the pathfinding. Because the dynamic grid, it only draws. And if the drawing was off, I would still be able to attack. Right? The execute happens here. This is where execute is. But here we have vector 3s. Vector 3 ints, rather. And because of that, there can be no rounding errors here. So the only way there could be a rounding error here would be if it happens here. And here I am setting fixed rounding error. What if I... What if I do this? Well, because it doesn't deign it necessary, it's not gonna... How does it work? Because this is an integer. But it says that the cast is unnecessary. Is that because he does it automatically, or... Because a float divided by an integer gets divided to an integer. Right? Yeah. So, let's see. We have tile sizes. I have tile size here that just casts that to that. So what if we try doing that then? We do this tile size.x, so we divide them as floats, and then we do fixed rounding error, and then we floor to int. Let's see if that fixes anything. Oops. Put him in the wrong place, whatever. No, it's incorrect. But I can't target him all the way over there. I can't target him there. But this is correct. It's drawing the grid correctly, always. So it's only after movement. Oh. So, what information can we print here that might be useful? Mouse controller. It's also, since it's intermittent, using breakpoints is also kind of a pain in the ass. There's so much fucking shit. Printing. Print, 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 print. Stop. Didn't print at all. Why are you throwing a shit fit? PF result isn't even returning. If PF result dot path is not equal null. Huh? think we're not using the path necessarily. Not here, because there is no path. Do I just need to add a getter on like every, or a debug log on every positional getter? I don't understand. This sucks. I don't like this. That's a dictionary. Let's just do this then. Tell us what are we running? That's all I want to know then. Target tool. It's not here. It's not here. It's in the main controller. Here. So here we are supplying modified tile lower corner position, which is a vector 3 int, which means that we're fetching modified tile center position. We are working with that here. And then here we set modified position tile raw. And then here we're now dividing by float. And then I try to fix the rounding error of the float. Do I need to use a double or something for my position? Why was I not having this issue before? Like it's like 10 times worse. Before, it was perfect. And I was doing the same thing. There was no difference. I was just dividing my floats. And now it's just fucked. I want to cry. It's fucked. It's over. This is the end of the line. This is as far as we can go. Oh, Monday. Oh. Maybe like my rounding error fix might not be a fix, but we can try reducing the amount of decimals allowed. See if that affects anything at all. But I feel like I don't really know how it works exactly, because so if storing a float, even if it's a temporary variable, causes imprecision, because it has to store it, right, for it to exist. Passing it like as a parameter, that would also, it would like have to store it or copy it or something, right? Or would passing it as a parameter like maintain precision? as opposed to storing it, doing arithmetic on it, and then passing the temporary variable. Like, I just don't know why it's imprecise all of a sudden. Because this is actually important too. Here, just pressing triple stab forever never results in a problem. So if this never results in a problem, that means that, because this is always the same, that has to mean that the error arises when we store the value, never when we're reading it. Never ever when we're reading it. It's always when we're storing it. Because this reads it every time. The conversion happens every time here. Well, if we move again, now it doesn't happen. And now I can keep spamming this. And it's just fine. So we're barking up the wrong tree in that case. Because here I'm just... This is as safeguarded as it's gonna get. Unless there's some other thing here. Like... No, I genuinely don't know. The only other thing I can even think of here would be to check if the float is near a full value and then convert it to an integer and then do division. Like, change the float to the nearest correct integer, which is, when I say nearest, I mean anything below 39.9999999 is 39. That's the nearest, and everything above that is 40. And then doing maths. That could work. Another way of approaching it, if I'm like, I get really desperate, is storing a float plus 4 decimals as an integer by multiplying it by 10,000 and storing that value floored. And then when you use it for math, you convert it to float and like subtract it off, but I don't don't know, because I need the float, right? Because the movement needs to be based on floats. Even when you're working with pixel art and you're working with pixel grids, movement should be based on floats, because otherwise you can't delta time your movement properly and it gets weird. You're gonna have to do like... You can absolutely, but it sucks. Because it still has to be float based. You have to do something like accumulation, where you have a float that like accumulates the delta time value, and when it reaches a certain threshold, like if you're trying to move your character at like 0.5 speed, that doesn't exist
in the world of integers, and 1 is very fast still in the world of integers and pixel-based movement, right? So if you want to move it half, you then have to have a float that you increment to a certain value multiplied by the decimal value of what you want to move. And then when that reaches a threshold, then you add 1, right? And it's pretty much the same. It's just... it's just more of a pain in the ass than just applying your positions using floats. Another solution could be to use doubles. I've never actually really used doubles in any way that actually mattered, but perhaps that could help, but I kind of doubt it. Because right now I'm having float errors at like values like 140. But I don't know. This guy I just talked with, he said that the higher you go in a float, the more imprecise it gets. And I always took that to mean like you get less decimals to work with, right? So when I'm working with full values, that should still always be correct. More or less, at least. But maybe that still means that if you get up to like 100,000 or something, that the non-decimal values of the 100,000 might switch over to like 99999 or something. Like I don't know. At the higher ends, but I think higher ends mean when you run out of decimals, because that's how it works, right? Like a float is basically a set amount of numbers, and you can move the decimal around. About 7 decimal digits. That's not a lot. So then that's wrong. I mean, what? That's what they taught me in university when I was studying C++. That's literally what they said. Like, am I stupid? Am I misremembering something? They said that this is how a float works. You can have 0 point this, or let's say it's actually like a value like this. You can have this value here with the decimal there, or you can have this value here with the decimal there. And if you have the decimal here, then you have greater precision here. But that doesn't seem to be how it works. Or maybe it is. But at the same time, here this guy is showing me like float max value. I mean, what even is that? Can you write it with the numbers? I don't know. I hate school. There is a possibility that it is this. It's causing the issue. What do you type? You type like F8 or something? Something like that. Stop working, damn you! Don't stop! Don't work! Don't work! You bloody bastard. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's when it happens. So the movement modifier gets set to 71.99999. But what's strange to me is that it shouldn't matter. Because I'm not doing finalized movement, but this is obviously an issue here. But then here, we're fetching the movement preview modifier raw, and we are... Is this, I think... This is the one we're reading. But it should also be... Once this is done... Distance to move count is 0. Here we should say current turn dot unit dot movement preview modifier equals LOTF dot fix rounding error current turn dot unit dot movement preview modifier raw VF. I think that's the culprit. I'm 90% sure. I just don't know if the rounding fix is a fix. I don't know if it works. Movement modifier 72.00003. Bro, stop. Where's this shit coming from? Oh, sorry. My bad. Or printing it after or before we fix it. Still weird that it actually goes above in that way. I almost always see it either going to like 0.1 or something, or like 0.0000001 or 0.999999999. I've never seen a 0.0000003 before. I think it's fixed. Still haven't bugged out. Move button glitches out though. Oh, thank God. I bought another salami and it's also bad. I think they changed the recipe like this much and now it's just kind of meh. So sad. And the dried ones cost twice as much. It's from Sweden. It's almost everything is from Sweden. Yeah. Well, that's not true. That's not even remotely true. But a lot of it is from Sweden. We actually make quite a lot of meat stuff, but it costs a fortune too. Usually, I found a dried reindeer at the grocery store. So I was looking at like my regular salami that I usually buy, and it was like, it's like $5 or something. $4 to $5 for a decent amount of salami, in my opinion. And then the dried ones cost $10 to $20 or something, or a similarly sized one, or smaller. They're a lot cheaper, or a lot more expensive. But then they had next to that, it was, you know, like small, big, bigger, bigger. And next to that, they had dried reindeer meat, and it was $150 per kilo. And I'm like, why do you have this in the fucking grocery store in the middle of nowhere? This is trash. This is, you're not gonna sell this. It's going in the bin. Nobody is going to buy this. There is no chance in hell. Hello, Chow Chow, how's it going? I'm doing okay. We figured out the issue here, and I think I fixed it. Oh, but I do have some salami, and it is okay to just like heat it up a bit. It fixes the raw feeling that they've achieved it now. But I think we made it through Monday. It's been 4 hours. We only have an hour to go until our meeting. And yeah, it's good enough. Pretty good for a Monday, in my opinion. I think this mostly works now. This still needs some addition to it, though. This is gonna... It needs to update that you're like walking into a building as it walks. Right now, it only does it when you click finalize move. Also, the ceiling didn't. Oh no, that's an editor bug. That doesn't have anything to do with that. And now it's not game time, but we will be playing Dune later today. I don't know what time it is over there. It's 3 o'clock here. We'll be playing Dune at 7. Or so. Anyway. 1 hour behind. I don't remember where you were from again. Oh, you are British. I thought you lived in some weirdo Central European country or something. Shy Snoot is pretty cute. Ooh. But yeah, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day.